Hey, welcome. Lovely to see my stars. Sorry again for the slightly lateness. Look, at this point, you know I'm gonna be like 10 to 20 minutes late sometimes. Yeah. I gotta work on that. Hey. Alright. Alright, so. I got more Ace Attorney for us, and, I do not realistically expect us to finish tonight, but let's at least let's at least put a good dent in it, cause ooh, this is gonna be another long case. This is gonna be another hella long case. And how can it be this long when we already know who the killer is? I just, I knowing this series, it's gonna happen eventually. But like, why can't I just get the real killer to testify and be like, yes, I'm the killer. I know we're at the point where like, okay, but are you the killer? Do we trust you? But I mean, fuck it. He's I sure, sure. All right, gaming view. Where'd my game go? There we go. Come on. There we go. Yeah. No, no, okay, so if you're not caught up, then give me something. Let me actually bump that down. So what it is our client is being framed for the murder. But immediately after it happened and our client was arrested, someone who claims to be the real killer, whose name is D Killer, contacted us and said, you have to win this case and get the client, acquitted because I'm the real killer and I just can't, I can't have someone else going down for my crime. But they contacted us through a radio and coerced us by kidnapping Maya. So, there's definitely something about that feels unadmissible. But at the same time, you know what? Yeah. Yeah. All right. March 22nd, 9:47 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. Oh yeah. So I get he has it's our client and big himbo energy. Link it back in that. Like Adrian did it? That's what it that's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That woman couldn't do anything like that. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer, dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Mia! We must get a complete acquittal today. It's not gonna happen. I know. But I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. Hey, welcome. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. It's him. This is right. Good morning. This is Mr. Attorney. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, When I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake, as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts, and even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please. Wait! Kidnapper sent me a present? Mr. Lawyer Dude, who was that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Yeah, just keep him in the dark. Dude, did your nose just get longer? Yeah, right. Yeah. Hope work is going alright. Yeah. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Engard. Matt Engard. Are the prosecution and defense ready? Defense is ready, Your Honor. Where's... Oh, shit. Did he kidnap Von Karma? Well, that's not gonna be good for him. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor... Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown... Okay, well, I think kidnapping would have been better. She's not dead, right? What? Shot? Somehow. Helping us return. I think this is the present that man was talking about. Yeah. His present? Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. Yeah, well, I mean... We were all just told the same information, Judge. I don't think Phoenix was talking to you. I would presume the bailiff was the direction of that question. So Edgeworth, right? Come on, Edgeworth. She's alive and in stable condition. That's good. Whew. I thought Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Franziska Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready, naturally. Can you just scooch over to your prosecutor bench? I don't think... Yeah, okay, there you are, good. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is... Oh, well, yep, yeah, hydration. Yep. Whoops. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Okay, well, she'll be fine. She'll be fine. She might have to ease up on the whip for a bit, but, you know. Lucky, I've looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Engard. There. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right, I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. I don't know if this man should ever be a witness. I mean, yeah, like, he's police testimony, but like... Come on. Name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. We know him! At this point, we know him! Everyone in this court knows him! I'm a detective down at the precinct. For now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn to my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe. Prosecutor says no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir! Bro. Now let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah. It'd have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for and trusting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Fairfax the case. Okay. This murder happened after the Hero of Words ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. Did it? After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room. Yes, sir. Both the victim and defendant went alone to their rooms, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Fairfax the case? Yep. Alright, and... there. We're poking on the guitar case first, I think. What convinced you had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corrida, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? That doesn't seem right. Yes, sir, even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel? Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. Okay, yeah. And why did you think that? About the guitar case? Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar, and we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? We thought of that too, but... yeah, we already know. The only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims. I see. So much for my theory, then. Cause of death wasn't that because Mr. Corrida was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now, a real pro's attention would be drawn here to this bandana. Bandana? His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir? Ah, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana. This judge. I think he's going senile. Then what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murder on our hands here. So... No, like... You know that that's not what killed him, and yet that's... Okay, you know what? The knife has our client's fingerprints on it, which is one of the two key pieces of evidence that link our client to the murder scene. And we can very clearly identify that the stab was not the murder, that didn't kill him, so like... I don't know, alright. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana, then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why, then, did the police arrest Matt and Guard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him? Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing. Very well. Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Matt and Guard and Juan Corrida were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off of the ninja costume, was found in Mr. and Guard's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant brought the knife for the crime. bought the knife, which makes this a premeditated. No, 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 no. We know for a fact this. I don't have evidence for it though, because I guess. I know it's not, but I didn't get an actual court record for that observation, did I? It was his lunch knife. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. Yeah. Bears the victim's blood and guard's fingerprints in the grip. Gatewater is engraved. It's got the gate. But he didn't own it. It was the hotel. See, Gatewater. Idiots. And there's this button that was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And is this button also covered in blood? Why, yes. Yes, it is. Or, actually, no, it might be tomato juice. There was a lot of tomato juice at the scene of the crime. Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. Okay, it is blood. What? Jam Ninja's button, add to the court record. All this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most clearly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, right? It's clearly a bloody egg, yeah. Honestly, I think, yeah. Oop. Wrong one. Like they're also placed, it's very specifically, I think I called them, nipples at first. I'm like, what's with the large, you know, but yeah. That's not a button. I don't know what the word is properly for it, but it's not a button at that size. That's not that's just, it's like a decorative, like, it's decoration of some kind, but it's not a button. I'll find the holding argument somehow. You can press as hard as you'd like. Just hurry up with your useless, pointless questions. No, I have pin. Yes, it's a pin at best. But like it's part. It's supposed to be part of the costume. I don't think it's supposed to come off. So like pin, I think is still maybe a little off. It's a very large sequin. Like that's the best I got. It's a very large sequin. All right, I already know exactly where I'm going. Hey, I'm doing all right. How are you? Done randomly. You know, a little late, but yeah. The weather has been, but otherwise, you know. There's no way this was a premeditated murder, even if you bought the knife. Sorry, pal, this isn't some pocket knife. It doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either. So you're saying... it's a food... yeah. Well, this is not good. Prosecution can prove it was premeditated murder. We're done for. Phoenix, yes, there's... Yeah. I don't need to hear this. I know exactly. I just wanted to press before... There you go. Oh! Original Pokemon and a wrestling documentary about, you know, like... and me. Okay, well, actually, maybe that's a little too much. You should maybe not be doing 3 things at once. I've learned that that's probably best for me also. but hey, cut out one of the other 2 things. I you know, keep me. No. Fair. Wait a second. What? So the basis that my client bought a knife beforehand? That's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Yes, it's the name of the hotel! This case happened in... It's the name of the hotel, the Gatewater Hotel, where the murder took place. Oh. Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel. which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. This is very big. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this, except for Gumshoe. But I didn't whimper. Ooh. Question is, where did this knife come from? Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Frida's room. No, it didn't. Sorry, Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. Yeah. It's a knife and fork on the table. Right there, right there. I'm glad! Hey, Savvy! Fair. Alright. I'm glad I have the text box set to its most transparent, because the fork and knife are right behind the text box, and this is rude. Yeah. Where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matten Garth. Yeah. Especially what was on top of his table. See, yeah, there's a missing knife. There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single... Again, glad the text box is max transparency setting, because... Rough. Something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife? We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Mattengard's knife was missing. Mr. Engard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder. Amazing. Mr. Edgeworth? Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction. Seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown? It means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What's up? What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Yeah, okay. Sorry, ads. Ooh. So, the knife has Gatewater on it, and so we're like, well, he didn't buy it, so it's not premeditated, but then Edgeworth was all like, yeah, but it came from his room, and the murder was it came from the defendant's room, and the murder happened in the victim's room, so why did he carry it with him if not to murder? So, you know, he's got a point. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well, Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that gavel of his will ring out to the sound of our defeat. Huh. Yeah, which evidence is that? I don't know. No, it wasn't that. It was... Well, thank you. I'm sorry that it was so agitating that it drove you to spend, but you know, there are worse places. All right, what evidence? What evidence? Geez, I legitly don't know. I feel like answering no here is that I don't have evidence is a bad move, but honestly, you know what? Yeah, let's present the radio. Yes, all advertising is malicious. One piece of evidence that catches my attention, something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance and only one. Just saying, Wright, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. What messes up is curtain for all of us. Yeah, ad bluff for leave. You may now present one and only one piece of evidence. I don't know, let's just present the radio transceiver. Honestly, I have no clue if this is the right move, but that's all I got. Sorry, right, but this time you're bluffing steer you wrong. Okay, yeah. What do you mean nothing wrong? It's the... Yep, and saving was a good idea. Yeah, okay, so I don't think the ad blockers work on Twitch. Ads, unfortunately, you have got to do some advanced shit if you want to get past it without the, you know, without paying a sub. Okay, yeah, okay. Saving was the right idea. Okay, so something the court record hasn't seen. You know what? I'm gonna Hail Mary it. Phoenix, wrong. You're right. Let's try. This has to be another trap. Better if I'd say anything than risk throwing out a bad piece of evidence. Nope, and now it's not guilty, right? Or now it's guilty again. Yeah, looks like this court is adjourned. Phoenix! We'll lose this case if you don't get up here. So you had better show the judge something quick. Slow down, we all know I have a tendency to be wrong more than I can't even say. There, okay. Wait, no. There's one. One piece of evidence that catches my attention, something that this court has yet to see. Okay, so... Okay, so there is a piece of evidence that wasn't a trick question. Actually, it was a trick question, because literally both answers led to the same place. That's like the fucking trick questions. Huh. I mean, what hasn't the court seen already? Jesus. This is way too early in the court case for me to be lost already. I mean, does anyone have an obvious answer? I don't know. Best I got. I guess we haven't talked about the wine glass. That's relating to the murder scene that we haven't talked about, I suppose. It's either the wine glass or I guess one of these. Nah, that's too little. Wine glass, I guess. Oh, hey, cool. All right. This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. Yeah. Fair, fair, fair. Tomato juice blood is actually tomato juice, I bet. Yeah, it's tomato juice. It is tomato juice in there. See? Yeah. Please look at the photos of the, like, one of the things about the victim is that he loved tomato juice. There's like a lot of it in his room. Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. And there's a bottle of it right there. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do y'all have to say? Ah, well, yes, it is a little peculiar. So then I thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth? What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion? You don't need my opinion. Because there is no special meaning to this glass. What? Yeah. Those pickle ass ears. It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. That does sound very plausible, Miss Wright. Could Miss Andrews really have set the glass down without thinking? No, because... Yeah, he did. Maybe it's just my fault, Fred, if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? No, wait. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, right? Do you think this wine glass escaped my notice? But then... Of course, it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were one of Adrian Andrews. What? Okay. That's why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? Sure, I can't believe I fell into another trap. Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Frieda. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Now do you see, right? You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor, and from here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover. Well, wait a second. Mr. Edgeworth, I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. Prosecution is yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Yeah, glad he's back. And it only took Von Karma getting shot. Another witness? Yes, bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Yeah. Oh, yeah, Wendy. Alright. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Girl. Gotcha? Why do you spell it? Yeah. Regular, yeah. What happened to that calm composure you had earlier? Oh, edgy boy. Hydration. Hydration. Understood. Little Mimi simply are too young to know. Oh, edgy boy, it's been, what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me. I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand? I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. You know what? Her spelling it in English in the original makes some sense. So today I'm going to tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime. No! This witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know. Oof. I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps. You're like the same age. Yes, madam. No, please, by all means, interrupt her, please. Actually. Do we have a profile for the judge? Yeah, I don't know how old the judge is. We don't know how old she is anyway. It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with? Witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag? It's a great job being able to see my dear Yuan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle. You mean you're a fan of the victim? Look, everyone is crazy over that Enguarde, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me, I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man. Juan Priya, they're the same age. But those two, yeah, same age. Anyways, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well, please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. Yeah, please, ma'am. Please, ma'am, the facts, and only the facts. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know? Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was Enguarde, Matt Enguarde. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. So Mr. Enguarde came out from the victim's room? See, it has to be him. He's the murderer. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Huh. Alright. Yeah. Wait a second. Halfway through the ceremony, but everyone was on stage at that point, right? So what was your post on that night? The lobby. I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show. But I refused to help. I'll have you know. It was for that level-headed samurai show. Heh. I even took out a few of the nails. Girl, really? Oh, maybe it was a good thing the show didn't go on. Besides, the manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little. That's when you went to hang around the victim's door? Something you were interested in? And just what was that? It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret between me and Juan. And Edgy Poo, of course. Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in? I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor. Gossip? But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to her testimony later. Looks like we shouldn't force it right now. And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time? Wrong. Show must go on. Oh, then will you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Frito's room? I have no idea. I wasn't born. I wasn't born so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention to class. All right, because I wasn't born, and I was like... Sentence structure. I got there. That's why ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really am. Really? Okay. Yes, well that would explain why your age was not included in the report. In any case, the witness then saw someone correct. So, wait. Is that line implying that birthdays aren't really we don't record birthdays in this? Like, okay. I know that they're not, shit, wrong. Yeah, actually. I know that they're not listed here, but are we saying that birthdays just aren't a thing that we keep track of in this reality? Like we would be able to know her age because we'd be able to check against her birthday, you know? But if we don't know, and she doesn't know, then I guess that means we don't keep track of birthdays in this reality? Does that make sense? Oh, you're right. Maybe they do horse birthdays in Phoenix Wright universe. I mean, I've heard worse theories. I'll be honest. Is that, So at what point during the year do you think that the Phoenix Wright horse birthday is? Do you think everyone has a summer or a winter birthday? In the Ace Attorney universe, you need a defense attorney to keep track of when your age tracker in their evidence menu has incremented and let you know. Fair. Well, okay, so the previous game actually did wrap over a year. So, jeez, I don't think there was anyone whose file we would have had both the age for... No, maybe Edgeworth? Do we have a profile for Edgeworth? Yeah. Okay, so if I load up the first game... You know what? Fuck it. Honestly... Edgeworth is 24 at the end of the final trial, which takes place after the year, cut, because this is like February or whatever, but the rest of the game takes place before then, because Turnabout Goodbye is like just before the end of the year. It's just past Christmas. But let's pull up an earlier one. These are all the previous year at this point. And he is listed as still 24. So, everyone's horse birthday is in like late spring, early summer. All right? That's what I'm calling that. Maybe midsummer. But I think I don't remember when the first case took place in this one. It's like October 18th right now, and the other one's like February. But yeah, okay, okay. All right. So, if everyone's horse birthday is, we're gonna, okay. So, jeez, I need the dates for every case now. I need the date for every case. So that was case number. That was case number 3, which was October. Case 4 was couple days, like day after, and then the couple days preceding, December 25th. You know, Christmas, and then yeah, and then this one. Actually, if I load this, will it tell me the exact date? December 28th. Oh, wait. Which case did I load? Was this Turnabout Goodbye, actually? Sorry, I think I loaded the wrong one. Yeah, that's Turnabout Goodbye. Sorry. Duh. For some reason... Okay. October, December. I want to say the first case in this game was summerish. But that's something we can look up later. Making advances, making important advances in Ace Attorney analyses and investigations. Technically, though, okay, so we're joking about them having horse birthdays, but that doesn't actually solve the whole dilemma of the year thing. Everyone celebrates their birthday on the same day is an interesting side tangent to the real statement of nobody keeps track of their birthday, so nobody knows exactly what year they were born in. Except for, you know, unless you specifically keep track of it yourself, I guess. You know? Like, but like also the implication that she stopped counting after 20 means that she doesn't actually know what year. No! No! Do you notice something missing from this that we have always noticed was missing but never thought about? It only says October 18th. They do not keep track of years at all, do they? This is just October 18th. They don't know what year it is. They don't keep track of that shit. They don't care. Like, I need to find some reference to like an actual year in any of these games. In any of them. Is there? I know, you know, they reference how many years ago something was. Oh, you know, the DS9 case was 9 years ago or whatever. But do they ever actually get reference an in-universe year? Okay, so the first game takes place over the course of like in a year. So I don't remember when the first episode of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney takes place, but yeah, it was October and then December for episode 4, and then episode 5 was like February. And I just don't remember when episode 1 and 2 took place in the first one. And this one takes place all within a single year. But the first one does wrap over um the uh New Year's, you know? It does wrap over the New Year's for the first game, but so far this game has been self-contained within a single year. Like, they started earlier in the year-ish, timeline-wise, because we did jump around a little bit, so Case 1 was, like, in the summer, but then Case 2 was early in the year, because they timeline-wise, they took place in a different order than the... Yeah, but yeah. Years aren't numbered, they're named in Disco Elysium? That's wild. There are dates, but that weird place. 2080s. Also, the year's 2086? Oh no, that's just... You're just joking, right? Aren't you? But still. Yeah, this is wild. This bears... This... I think... Oh, no, wait. So if it's an early spring... Or, I mean, late spring, early summer horse birthday, then that would have to be... I would have to compare notes on the two, because so far... Oh, referencing Of the Dead? Or, yeah, fair. Of the Devil, not Dead. 2018. Wrong. No, yes, I did want that. So I have been noticing she's 18 this entire time she's been 18. So... Pretty sure she's been 18 the entire time, but I don't know if she wasn't... Damn. Curse you, Amnesia. So 18, and this one took place before the other one anyway. If I just knew what year this was. Ah, well. Or no, what month this was, not year. What month was that? Damn. Actually, did this one also wrap over the... No, because it's like... What's the current date in this? Yeah. We'll find it out. We'll find out. Onion baby. Oof. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out. Oh, yeah. How do you know it was Matt? Okay. Fair. Wiki research be like that. Really? Annoying brat. When I honestly, okay, so I'm gonna give an out of universe thing. I do think that since that final episode of the first game was originally not in the game, it was DLC that was added later on. with that in mind, I do think legitly the fact that even though the year had wrapped around at that point, Edgeworth having the same age is because someone overlooked that when they were putting his profile together. They didn't really think about, oh, well, it's the next year, let's age him up or whatever. They just didn't think about it. And just, you know, transferred the template for his profile over directly without really thinking about, oh, well, we should change the age. That's probably what happened. So if we discount that entirely, then it might just be it's a beginning of the year horse birthday. Your birthday is January 1st, and now you're a year older. That could very easily be an explanation, but I'm gonna try to figure it out and see if there's a spot between. I need to check the dates for the cases, you know. And Bright, when I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Why do I get this sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. Yep. Please tell the court about the man's face in more detail. You don't need me to tell you about his face. That soft, gentle look in his eyes and his effeminate lips. His right eye covered by his silky hair, his sparkling, shining teeth. His teeth were shining. That's the left, okay. Do you think... Because I'm like, is she describing him, or is she describing the manager? His teeth were shining? Well, he's shining all around in this week's pinup poster, dearie. This week's pinup... Well, why do you mean... I mean, I don't care how he looks in this week's issue. Please stay what you saw that night. What? And Guard's face is the same no matter where it is, you know? You whippersnapper. So, Mr. Ray, was his testimony just now important or relevant in any way? I mean... I guess it really wasn't that important after all. Sigh. Mr. Wright, do you know why we say time is valuable? If not, I suggest you learn. Wasted 3 minutes of this woman's youth. That's more valuable than gold to me. I suddenly feel old in the presence of her childish whining. She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying. That's bad for us, really bad. That's how the human mind is. It also has the tendency to jump off topic. She's strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? We pressed this already, actually, didn't we? Whoops. Yeah. Something you're interested in, and just what was that? It's not something I can just go around telling everyone, you know? It's top secret between me and Juan. Ah, an edgy poo, of course. Wait. Yeah, we did already. Oof. Went off on a massive tangent and forgot. Forgot where we were exactly. Oh, then would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Kurita's room? I have no idea. I wasn't born so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. So, oh yeah, we that was the thing that pushed us all off on the tangent. Okay, fine. Who knows what was that? I'm not allowed to say. Sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of Juan's room, yes, he was. Ah, I'm too scared, I can't say his name out loud. Oh, what I wouldn't give to have Francisco's whip right about now. Well, I guess I can tell you since he was such a bad boy anyway. Yeah. Okay, you know what? I guess we're, saying that her testimony is important. Huh. Interesting. Wait, Spirit of Justice? And isn't that like one of the... Okay, so... I remember looking at all the titlings because I made the little progress panel down there below. Like, I just take them all and put them together. Isn't Spirit of Justice the Apollo Wright game? That's like... There's a time skip, isn't there? Like, I'm pretty sure... Wasn't there like a time... So if it's 2018... So if there's a calendar in that one... Damn, that's probably pretty far in the future. So my client... Well, actually, it's probably the now. Ain't it? Spirit of Justice takes place in present day, doesn't it? No, it's probably still a few more years ahead of us. So my client, are you sure about that? Oh, okay. I'm brat when I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are. Really, as if something like that matters. But it does... now, what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing. What? The gaudy thing he's always wearing. The racing jacket. Aha! I knew to ask about the clothes this time because I realized that, the button was found in his character's outfit, not his real clothes. Fair. Things meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men. Pantaloons? Fun word, but still. Right. So, Mr. Wright, was his testimony just now important or relevant? Yes. Yes, it was relevant. It was very important. Of course it was important, Your Honor. Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important. Don't you see, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright, witness, please. I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must... And we're gonna present the button! That's not really a button, but you know, might as well use the game's terms. Miss Oldbag. What? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? It's button number 2 on... Button number 2... They're numbered? Or, like... Okay, you know what? She's a level of obsessed I'm not gonna touch. Now I know... As I said, I'm not touching that. Give it here, give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this. Wow, she really is a diehard fan to want a button covered in blood. Well, but it's the victim's blood, though, so, like, that just makes it... Look, if I was borderline stalking a person, and I had the opportunity to have an item with said person's blood on it, I mean... As long as I'm not being proven guilty of murder because of it... Yeah. That's true. This button was discovered on Mr. Enguarde's body during a full body search. See? This button proves beyond a shadow of doubt it was that rascal Enguarde. It was caught up in the pleats of his Nickel Samurai Hakama pants. See? And Enguarde is the Nickel Samurai. Witness, now it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Enguarde, was wearing his usual racing jacket? I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wear the trendiest dress, then maybe... Oh, put this work out. You agree with that? This hideous, right? I've got the tape recording stuck on my... Tape recorder stuck on her chest? It's heavy, so heavy. Richard ran CDs? Dream life. Do now take a look in the mirror. Your clothes are about as interesting. Document uncurling. Take a nose from Edgy Poo. Okay, yeah. Jeez, I do my best, y'all. I do my best. Now hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Enguarde the man, but Mr. Enguarde the Nickel Samurai? When you think about it, they're really one and the same anyway. Soulbank, this is a very important point we're talking about. Chipu, do you think so too? Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Yeah, you're with your boyfriend. Witness this carefully. Think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. Sigh, alright, if you insist. Should be the one sighing, not you. Enguarde. Yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai, that's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show, right? After the crime, you know? So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing Poor-One. But you just... okay. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside the costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Ah, young'uns today. I tell you there's no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so, and what I say is the truth. At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Enguarde? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was the last statement, which means that's the one I wanted to push. So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw really was the Nickel Samurai. As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning? Can I throw in the towel yet? Don't need to think too hard on this one, huh? There's a contradiction in your testimony and it's sitting in the plain sight. Alright. Alright. Yep. Do I have evidence? Do I have evidence? I don't know, let's just start pressing, I guess. I don't know. And why would that be? That way, no one could see his face, of course, but there is still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more. You are such an annoying child, you know that? You disagree with everything I say. Isn't that what you're always doing to me? I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show? Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing. That included the Jammin' Ninja? Of course it included him. That's why when Enguarde came out of Dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought. I see. Well, anyway. Be a little careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket. Now he's not? Not too long ago. Then let me ask you this. When you were itty bitty, what was your grand dream? Huh? What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper? My dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be Judge Rachner, hero of the public's court. So, Judge Hero of the... Okay, well, I don't think that was an established piece of your background. I think you didn't want to be in court until after the whole thing with Edgeworth when you were a child, but okay, sure. I mean, I guess you're your hero after that? I don't know. I look at where you are now. You're not Judge Rachner, are you? Are you? Well, I said earlier, who puts any weight into things like that? The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies? All that matters is that man was inside that costume. Isn't that enough? Yes. Okay, sure. Please get on with your testimony. Alright, yeah. This isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs. What? A striking figure by the sea, standing all alone, is he? He's the Nickel Samurai! He's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears. Mr. Edgeworth, can you please do something about this racket? Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later if you'll be good and stick to just the facts. Ooh. Okay. You promise, right? Ooh. Alright, I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date. Rude. I'm gonna send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth, old chum. Alright. Okay, so definitely presenting something at some point. Okay, so first of all, which statement do I even press on? And second of all, well, not. Oh. Yeah. Wait, oh, duh. Ah, nope, overshot. It's stabbing. I need to press the point on the stabbing. Not press, but autopsy. He died by strangulation, not stabbing. Is this pedantic enough for it? I don't know. No, it wasn't pedantic enough for it. How is that? Okay. Yep. All right. I don't know, maybe I'm more... Maybe the knife? Because if he was wearing his costume, I guess... Sure. Okay, because no fingerprints with gloves, right? Slash... With the glove slash, big metal... Do we call that a glove, but like fancy glove, or like what do we call that actually? Because like, okay, so in the Nickel Samurai, it's a mechanical robot arm, but since it's part of a costume, it there's an actual hand in there. So we call it Gauntlet. I like Gauntlet. Gauntlet works. I think I think Gauntlet works, but technically a Gauntlet I think wouldn't be the entire arm. But then again, gloves aren't typically the entire arm. I mean, yeah, there are full arm gloves, sure, but since typically most gloves are listed this tall, and there are gloves that go this, and most gauntlets, yeah, I'll go with Gauntlet. Gauntlet works. Gauntlet's very good. Yeah. But also the other hand is a glove. Hey, welcome. Congrats. So it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention at all. That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important in this case? You don't even have to ask us because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at? Yeah, Edgeworth. That's exactly what I'm driving at. What are you driving at, and whose car are we driving? This man never knows what's going on. If Mr. Enguarde was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Oh, that's right. The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? Well, a glove and a gauntlet, as we just discussed. Probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. Let's do a stabbing! Time to take the gloves off! And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There is no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Let's hear your possibility. Slap him with the gloves before murdering him. Do you think it's, I mean, if it was me, I'd slap him with the gauntlet, but, Well, then let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as a Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax. But, whoa! You already stated that it was premeditated. If the knife was taken, it was premeditated. So you can't now walk it back and say that the knife proves premeditation and that there's no proof of premeditation. Stage show, which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I have heard that before. Almost right. What do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? Yeah. Think about it one more time. No, yeah. There is a contradiction. I just thought, yeah. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, if for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Enguarde was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Because of the, like... Do we just present the knife again? Because... This knife, this was used by Mr. Enguarde at dinner. Yes, we did establish that, which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Kurita, I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? I mean, no, not at all, not really, yeah. Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. Yeah. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it, like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Actually, No, I don't think it was hidden by the killer. I think this was a third party. Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? To frame Matt Engarde. I guess, yeah. To frame my client, Mr. Engarde, of course. Frame? Aren't you forcing the interpretation a little too hard on this one? We just established that the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Grr. Witness. It's like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Ejipu? Grr. Witness, did you or did you not really see the Nickel Samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... You're saying you mixed up Mr. Engarde with the Nickel Samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because of, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure. She wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting around for then? That's top secret to anyone outside of security. I feel that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corrida, am I correct, witness? Hahaha. The way you think you are, a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? Who is this? This isn't Adrian Andrews, Mr. Engarde's manager. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? Seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, this is... yeah, I see. Just seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing. And this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's... Adrian Andrews, without doubt. The witness thought so as well. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then. Well, witness, what in the world are you... Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. Got some information, some very secret information from a certain source. That's why I was doing my own little investigation in secret, of course. But what for? Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this, however, I cannot simply let this point slide. I see. Very well then, witness. Please testify about this secret information. Get ready, this is going to take the wind out of you youngins. That Engarde is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? Yep, you, me, the entire courtroom, probably live, live channel news in a couple seconds. Yeah, you know, just, yeah. Baseless gossip, yeah. It's a little twisted. Alright, Engarde is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Gotta burn all. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the dangers. What are you doing, Phoenix? That Engarde is... Yep. Yeah, whatever. Let's press on this. Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information, huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'll never find out. What in the world did that... Sure. If you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got this secret information, you won't get to go home today? What do you mean, Phoenix? That's not... That's not... No! What are you doing? Help me. What do I have to do with this? Just do this for me and you'll get your reward. I don't want your rewards, but you don't leave me much of a choice. Witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up inside the witness's head. Any lectures me on reckless blabbering? So we don't have... Okay. Alright, well then I guess... One moment, I know what we're doing. I gotta press on that again, but this time... No, oof, missed the button. Alright, the keyboard. Right there. Yeah, that's not how you use that phrase, Phoenix. For that here, because there's things. Yeah. Yes. No. Yeah. Yes. The investigative photographer, a lot of heart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. Yeah, she's been in here a few times. Not for any murder accusations. Yet. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing? On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her outrage or impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. What outrageous ideas, you say? No, I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless? Ah, that's it. That's the note. Ah, oh, no. You see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. Girl. Why is your grocery list top secret? Then you are the one who took Miss Hart's note? I'm a huge fan of Juan, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil Enguarde. She said so herself. Enguarde. I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written down. HB, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only on one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. They should have come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just for once. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? Yeah, let's get her crumble, honestly. If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Stole? Well, why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I've saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it! And I can prove that. You are putting my credibility under scrutiny again. Sold bag. Ugh. I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. Do I present the camera yet? Yeah. Sold bag. That note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday. The punishment for stealing a piece of paper is death. Yes, Lava Heart was raising a huge stink over a camera. She kept saying, "Sweetie," like something like, "My sweetie, $1,600. Come here, it's my $1,600 camera disappeared on me." Why, witness? What is it, Gramps? Yeah. Here, it looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for? Ah, that's... What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know? Still eat meals like you, I fall in love and borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Slimebag Celebrity Photographer... SCFE? Or X, SC. Huh. Professional security guard. It's my business to know these signs. Hello, Mr. Edgeworth. What do we have? There is only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai. See, I told you that's the guy I saw. This proves that the victim is not lying. What does all this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the defense... I mean, the public does... I do not know if there's a jury at all, but the public does sometimes talk during the trials. They'll, you know, chatter and such and go, ooh, or, you know. This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Engarde clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant. Bring us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments was right. The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? Who? Is this photo really a Can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. The photo that Lotta took. There's... Engarde is in the courtroom with us. He's a himbo twink of sorts. I don't expect to hear from him. Not now. Not Lynn Player. Alright, I gotta point something out, otherwise the case is over. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there is nothing strange with this photo. I mean... There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a... Shorter. Someone shorter. Damn. Why don't I have height listed on anyone? Oh. Alright. Still right. Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really only one chance correct, well, find something wrong with this photo. I can't let the chance go by. Where in the heck does she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Lotta. But this photo is strange. Oof. Yeah. I'd like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. Well, what are you pointing at? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does that mean? The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. Enguarde. What is the meaning of this? What if you care to elaborate with actual facts this time? Let's take a look at this Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the Hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. Thank you, Judge. Exactly. However, in this photograph, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his Hakama up just to walk. Yeah, there's only one explanation for this. The person inside the costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Fair. Huh. Doesn't feel under attack, then I haven't damaged this case at all. Fair. Sir Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt Enguarde, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. If I figured it would come to this. What? Right, I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt Enguarde. In that case, who is this photo of? Who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? Mr. Edgeworth, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph? Okay, honestly, Adrian's. If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it is none other than this woman. Why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short, and she can freely move in and out of Mr. Enguarde's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Enguarde that night. And how does that all add up? It means that it makes it very hard for her to get a certain... Very hard for you to get a certain item. Huh. A certain knife with Mr. Enguarde's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as a murder weapon. Why don't you just say what it is you want, right? I have to do this now. It's the only chance. Defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. But could she have strangled... I don't... Yeah. So this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor? This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us, huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day, Oof. Yeah. No, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? I guess, I don't know, raise an objection? Sure. Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass the verdict today. I can't do that. Cannot hear. Oof. I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth. Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. And what do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Andrews is all. Happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. Hey. What? What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man. Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Alright, well, fair. Very well, we will call the next witness. Oh, okay, yeah. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. Court will now take a 10-minute recess. Yep, cool. I'm gonna take a quick recess also. I'm gonna grab, like, a snack or something. I am fading. Today it's been, honestly, okay, so I've been doing great, but I'm also tired. I am so tired. So let me save real quickly. I will be right back. If I can just... Where's my... There it is. Hey, welcome back. Sorry. Quick break's over. Yes, welcome. All right. March 22nd. Okay, so it's March. So maybe it does stretch. Fair. I was literally just up and walking around, but all right, stretching. March 22nd, 2:14 p.m. March 22nd. So maybe this one does wrap over the New Year's line also. Was one of the cases a new... Shit. I'm not sure if I'm qualified for this. All right. And hydrate figures. All right. There we go. All right. So this was in March. They must have wrapped over the date line for this one also. Like the New Year's. It must have. So everyone's horse birthday must be in like April to June-ish, I'm betting. April to June-ish, you know? Right? I'll look up I'll look up the dates for the birthdays later, or the date for the cases later. Yeah. All right. Whew. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian. No way. That cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log in the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. So, were you sleeping with, like you're napping in your full costume. I can't, fine, napping in a costume, but like, that arm, you're napping on the gauntlet? I don't know about that. I think that sleeping on your other side would be more comfortable. Yeah. Alright, well, hey, you know. Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Kurita. No, she isn't, but, you know, alright. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? No, stop trying to make that a thing. Phoenix. You think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yes, Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impacts as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. Sounds like she left a suicide note and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Kurita, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Kurita. All to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible, but one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impacts. It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Yeah. March 22nd. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. Prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Creda's room. Oh, there she is. What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Engard. I see. Now then, before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure, what is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing. And would like... Oh! Excuse me. Oof. And would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. Oof. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland. Judge. The judge has never... if the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all the work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corita. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan, but this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter, or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then, witness, please testify to the court. But what happened when you discovered the murder had taken place? It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. But then you didn't drink any of it? Like, okay. Poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes, sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix, she is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over, understand? Fair. Alright, so... And pour myself... Oh, there, okay, so that was the last one, yeah. So it's the juice, it's just the juice. I'm gonna question the juice. Juice. Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass, it's just that anyone drank from it. Also, you know, I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Well, then why... it doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradiction in your testimony. Well, but... Fair. Hydration... It'll quench you. It doesn't sound like there's any... Yeah. Okay. Why would you... Okay, so I gotta present something evidence-wise, like fast and quick, you know? So... Okay. Alright, let's, I guess, just press our way down the line. What was Mr. Engard doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini-performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Engard did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say I could not have been taken out of his room, yes? Excuse me? What are you... Right? I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Engard's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right? Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. Okay. Wait. And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. So show is supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Yeah. Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon, what are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim. Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in my mind at that time. Can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. You were in shock? What, was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person. And despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita. Yeah, she's probably a lesbian. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Kurita, you were in great shock? It is pride. What does that mean? What does that mean, Edgeworth? Do you want us to do gay crimes? Or Phoenix. Whatever, yeah. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Kurita, you were in great shock. That's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? Lesbians, yeah. And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Lesbians is always the answer. Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind, it's no big deal. What was she starting to say? Yeah, press. Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. What? Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards? It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. That's where the water came from! Also, what's your issue? Because, I mean, like, there's issues with the case, obviously. Well, why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry, I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. Fair. ADHD gummies? What are... I don't... Fair. Alright. It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. What kind of flower vase was it? It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Juan's pulse, so I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser, and that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. I thought she was always in total control of herself. That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. Yeah. Doesn't sound like there's any... No, wait. Way to make her just keep on. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Empty. There is some water, but only on top of the lid bears Kurita's fingerprints. It was found open though, so The one who... Oh, ooh. Ooh. Okay, we're good here. Also, what do you... Dark Souls Pokemon? Question mark? Done randomly? What the... What? By that, do you just mean very difficult? You testify that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testify that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shard should be inside, not outside the case. Ah! What is your point, right? That the case was closed at the time when the vase was knocked over? Is that all? Interesting. Okay. Weird. Yeah. Just throw a bunch of... Yeah, okay, just throw a bunch of shit at you and... Hey, yeah, okay. Fair. Is that all? I don't do ROM hacks really at all. I've never played an actual ROM hack, I think. Not that I can think of. So yeah, I know vaguely what you're, I know the idea, but like the specific things you're saying, I'm good with just playing Pokemon. No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say that she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? Well, but it was open, and the only fingerprints on it are the victims. Seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Miss Wright, do you think we needed to hear... Yeah... Make her... Yeah. Yeah. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. Huh. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. Guitar case. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit an entire testimony about the guitar case, okay. Okay. Don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. So wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. But anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using any way to change the topic. Convenient escape for a weak man. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. So you opened the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Krita's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case. As the witness has said multiple times when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back on topic. Presenting the case again. There is no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this case are those of the victim. Ah! What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have... You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I were wearing gloves at the time? No, because your fingerprints were on the wine glass! Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at that time? It was the night of the award ceremony. So of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems... Yeah, no, there's hella fishy. Yeah. Why is that strange? Do you have something that should prove... Yeah, your fingerprints on the... I trust Samus, like, so much. I do think she's hiding something, though, and unfortunately, I really hope she doesn't get arrested for this, but, like, I trust her so much. I have your proof right here, this wine glass. The wine glass. Left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Ah! Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange... Then you put your gloves back on, just open the guitar case? Ugh! Shatter glasses. Oh, don't worry, I've got spares. You know. You know. Are these good? Yeah, these are good. These are not. Prescription-wise. I can see through one, I cannot through the other, but hey, you know what? Eh. Okay, fit back in, please? How? There, got it. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here, but it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. Just because it didn't have the guitar doesn't mean it was empty. Oh, thank you. My hair and horns are lovely. I know. Thank you. But the guitar, the bright red guitar, was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. Phoenix. Well, I admit, it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case... Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... No, Your Honor, please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that with the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in the photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you are so right, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us as to why the guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in that case. Bright red guitar not being the only thing? Oof. So, you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty? Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? If I present this, is that the suicide note? I mean... yeah, I'm going for it. Oh, it wasn't this one. Okay. Wait, can't the foolishly fool... ah, he said her thing. Not the camera, not the magazine clipping, guide. The guitar case was not in the guitar case. The wine glass wasn't. Not the crime photo. The nickel samurai costume? That doesn't make sense either. I think. Or maybe it does? No, that doesn't make sense. Let's see. It wasn't a person in there. That would be stupid. Huh. Where did I get this article from? I think I got it from Gumshoe. So, probably not him. No, I got it from Powers, I think, right? Yeah, I got it from Powers. Maybe Gumshoe. One of them two. Huh. Huh? Okay, so what could have been in that case that would be taken after, open up and taken after, like, she knocked over the vase? So it's not the press conference ticket, it's not the radio transmitter. It shouldn't be the camera, right? I mean, the camera is still missing. Maybe it's the camera. It's not the hotel guide. It's not the magazine clipping. Definitely not the guitar case or the wine glass. Not the crime scene photo or the knit button. It wasn't the suicide report, even though that's what my brain went. Probably not that. Definitely not that, because he wasn't dead. There's the suicide. I mean, the autopsy report didn't exist yet. No, not that. Not the. Damn. Okay. Maybe it was the costume. I guess. But then timing isn't. Honestly, the time frame, I'm not entirely solid on the whole time, like, sequence of events very well. I'd presume that when she found the body, she would then have announced that she found the body, but whatever. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. She, you know. Okay, so it is the costume. It says this is a photograph. Yes, but what's important is what's in that picture, Your Honor. In this picture, it doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is, inside the guitar case was a nickel samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? Okay, but like again, how did she not get fingerprints on it? Whatever, on the guitar case. Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? Okay, so she snuck in, stabbed Mr. Kurita with a gloved knife. Like she took the knife, had one hand with a glove on it, stabbed him, got her fingerprints on the wine glass to prove that she wasn't wearing a glove, but she was only with one hand, and then opened the guitar case with the gloved hand. I guess. Please accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Well, wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Mattengard's. Why would something of the defendants be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places? True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was this Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar? Oh, it was a spare costume. Mr. Engard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we were talking about was a spare one. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yeah, that is what I am saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It was packed on purpose. You mean that the victim himself had brought this spare samurai on purpose? Yeah, I just said that. But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the Jammin Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. I'll put that there. Alright. Reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was the press con? That's why Engard had so little information about it, because he was never actually supposed to be the one presenting. Okay, cool. We're on the right track. On the night of the murder after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai is going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? I never make stuff up. But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Engard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita himself. The victim? Yes, the spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for the very conference. Mr. Kurita was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet, however. What I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. Nickel Samurai is going to confess something? And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Krita, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt and Guard. Yes, I guess that is what I would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession. That's a public. That's public disclosure. Miss Andrews, I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one who asked to help set it up, and the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year, and if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. That's so... oof. It's gonna ruin him, huh? Looks like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? And do you know what this secret is, Mr. Enguarde? The secret of Mr. Enguarde is, Miss Andrews? Something only Juan knew, and I don't know what it is. I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. Enguarde. And yet another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright. It's like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Alright, well. Alright. How did you know the button, though, at the time? And how did you know... You know what? Yeah, let's press on that. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be clever camouflage. Camouflage? Then what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt Sakama, isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence. It wasn't found until after... It's like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. Alright. Can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. Okay, so if she's positing that the button... Well, the button's got blood on it, and the blood only came from the stabbing, which happened after he was dead, so the button didn't come off in the struggle. Right? Yeah, makes sense to me. Probably not. I mean, I guess could have somehow gotten blood on the button. It's working. It's working. This victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation. The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. Ah, that's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was concisely pulled off of the victim's already dead body. Yeah? Well, what is the meaning of this, right? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Ainsworth. What was the button torn off? Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know that the button was not torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. True. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? To pin the crime on Enguarde. Yeah. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Enguarde. There is no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. Enguarde was set up. By the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer, then? I mean... Sure, I guess we're presenting her yeah. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet, not until the very end. I don't think she actually is the killer, but, you know, that's where the direction we're going. Work, please. Okay. Wait. Just because it says her name doesn't... Okay. Miss Andrews, I choose you! Now, can you attack Edgeworth for me? Don't worry, it's just 4. You and Mr. Kurita, you are Mr. Kurita's killer. What? Ooh, another pair of glasses exploded. Sad. Pikachu! This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Enguarde, naturally. The knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Huh. Then what about the button that was found in Matt's kama? Ooh, this button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only person who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Enguarde was the real killer, there is no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own kama. Yeah, how many glasses does she have? Damn, yeah. Okay, we're up to 4. This is at least her 4th. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Enguarde's kama is the person you went to wake him from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? It's also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume is used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, Yeah, if she's breaking them from just her face muscles, I mean, first of all, yeah, she definitely needs strong glasses, but also, like, girl, that's some really strong face muscles. Like, are you flexing with your whole face or something, you know? And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. Oh, I didn't say the first bit. No fingerprints on the case. That's right. It's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. Yeah, how do you work out your face muscles? Like, yeah. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic day's discoverer of a dead body. Ah! Pair number 5. We're on pair number 5. Sorry, that's 6. 5. And to top it all off, there in this photo, a photo of the killer as they exit the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Enguarde. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? Got her this time. Miss Andrews, I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes, you are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination, but allowing witnesses to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Enguarde's room, Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. That's it. That's what Francisca planted this idea. That's when Francisca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things looked bad. Did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there is still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done. What's wrong, right? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you've proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Circumstantial? What the... okay. Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to prove a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Kurita. Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Kurita? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There is nothing to prove in either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do. Declare the other guy... yeah. Declare the other guy guilty and move on. That's definitely how to handle this. And that is declare a recess. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Recess. Request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial, tomorrow, oof, we don't have it tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Oh, please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial, please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? The client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Dang. Yeah. Sometimes just, you know, shut the fuck up, you know? Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then my, But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... It's not impossible for this trial to continue. Miss Edgeworth, what are you... It's true, Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but actually there's one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and? Can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my action was unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again, as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. Fair. Okay, but it was wine. I want to get drunk. Yeah. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. Fair. He's a romantic partner, was what it is. Court acknowledges the prosecution's request, Miss Andrews, if you please. The glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked in the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. What that? Okay. I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I always could fall into that where I start to read the... I just read this. Look at that crime scene photo. See how likely it is to... Okay, so... Slumped over, facing the door... Because the door... Okay, so if I remember correctly... The door... I need to get like a notepad and paper here so I can quickly jot down stuff and be like... Yeah, so for the, you know, angle of... Okay, but like... Okay, so he's faced towards the door. He's got a knife sticking out of his chest. I guess maybe she didn't miss... Maybe she missed the knife, but... I mean, the tomato juice is there. All the way there. Next to him, though. What about that? Like, that's there in the photo. You know what? Yeah, I don't... I thought he had... pour him some juice. Okay, okay. Yeah. Sounding right. Okay. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? Ah, what is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There was a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that there was a dead man. That's, well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted. And then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink? Your point is, Miss Andrews, your testimony was just now. It was all one giant lie. Pair of glasses number 6. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. No. Looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Mattengard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Can't help you. And there's no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Mattengard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Yeah, what a nice and neat world you live in, where you know for a fact you've done the right thing at the end of the case because the real person confesses on the stand. Good job, Phoenix, for not analyzing that bit of your reality until now. Now that I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Mattengard.
Objection!
Who's objecting? Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. The witness is yet to speak the absolute real truth. The absolute real truth? What are you... Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself with your silence, Mattengard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it, I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another, because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Believe in the you that... yeah. Believe in the me that believes in you. Yeah, there it was, yes. Then, right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Mattengard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now, and is clinging onto them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? No. All I have to do now is get her not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me, I'm begging you. Please believe me, I didn't kill Juan. Help, please, someone help me. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. Court can't continue on like this, therefore I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? This is your court, man! Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? No one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right? Come now. What will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Forced to testify, I suppose. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Enguarde would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this, however. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop. Mr. Edgeworth? This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the Stop, please stop. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I am about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. Secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please, please stop. I beg you. If people find out, I'll... You're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? Before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. Oh. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. Then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience, and that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. Alright, what's the inconvenience? Is it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person, a certain cowardly man. What do you mean by all this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth. The real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like the last time. So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juanfrida, in the chest with the knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt Enguarde for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. Alright. And there, inconvenience. An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. Yeah, okay, fair. I thought so, but, you know, gotta say it. Willing to bet my spikes it was... You're calling them spikes? Okay. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. Oh. It's Miss Holdback for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. Oh, there. It's going too fast. Okay. Guess let's start pressing. We could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. That scarf is a part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because, one, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. Weakest weak point, okay. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good? That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Where was Lotta and such at the knife? Yeah. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, the police would certainly turn their eyes toward him. Okay. Yeah. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then... Yeah, okay. So you're the one who just stabbed the victim with the knife? It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But, at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then planted it in Mr. Enguarde's Hakama. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? Just when I finished... I already tossed about the... You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it in Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. Did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is this secret? That, I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. What was real in air quotes, girl? Like, I have some questions on that. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough. So, after that, you went back to Mr. Enguarde's room and planted the button into Matt's Hakama, yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word, what does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Enguarde. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francisca, huh? She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Well, wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. Cross-examination of the witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But we could prove that Matt... there's no actual evidence linking Matt to the crime, then. Judge, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Oof. We're still here? This is unsettling. No! Are you gripping your... Are the spikes solid enough for you to kind of, like, hold around... Does Edgeworth like holding your hair there? Today's trial, it's over. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth. What is it? Before you leave before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I don't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. You took it from the crime scene, girl? And you didn't remember? From this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. Oh, it has everything to do with the murder. It's... But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why... Witness, that card. Give it to me. Hurry. Edgeworth? Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This. I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card, what in the world is it? And what does it mean? To be continued. Can it be continued immediately? Can we get more about that card right now? Damn. I'm gonna check it. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Wow! Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict, and so far the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. Enguarde hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Sniffle, sniffle. Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying, we have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right, so... Hey, you guys, glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. But we're kind of busy right now. Alright. So what are you going to do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that, what am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have anything, you don't have another payday? I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. No, I'm not, I have to be able to accept rehabilitation of him. I don't want to, but okay, you can work for me, but you have to leave behind all your ACAB tendencies. Say what? You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. Enguarde's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I've got lots of experience investigating and watching over people's places. Honestly, I don't really want you to investigate. I think that's a slippery slope, and you need to learn how to rely on your other skills and such and everything. So... Let's allow that. Yeah, write it on the blackboard 100 times or something. Technically, Maya is my secretary, and she is currently kidnapped. So do you want to one day only? For now, we'll see if there's another position open for you tomorrow. But for today, you can be my secretary. Stay here, man the phones, write in my day planner shit. I don't know. Just I'll you know. I got that for you to do, okay? Got lots of yeah. I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. You know what? I think, yeah, you watch the place. You know, if anyone calls, deal with my day planner, and have a nice snack for me ready when I get back. You know, honestly, you're hired for the secretary job for at least today. We'll see about tomorrow, but like, I'm okay with that. You know, anything to get one cop off the street. You know. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Ah, okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles. Okay, well. Come on, man. Fine. Okay, you know what? If you're willing to make it for me, I will at least still count that in your favor. It's not as big a point, but it's still like a, you know, little notch on the meter. I'm surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods. That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible! But because of him doing that, we got the truth, finally. The truth? Miss Andrews' last testimony, I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there is something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to, no, I mean, almost need to frame Mr. Engarde? I couldn't figure that out from anything she said at all day. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie per se, it just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. But that's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Yeah, let's ask about her. Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol pal, but she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in a stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. Whew. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you going to visit her, pal? No, well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death, not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. No. How about this? How about you, as my secretary, go there, check with her, and let her whip you a few times, if that's your suggestion. Let's go let her whip us, Nick. Girl, no! You're too young. No, I'm definitely not going. Let's see, the name of the hospital. Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic. Okay. That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Alright. Yeah, let's head to the detention center, I suppose. March 22nd. From what the guard told me, it sounds like along with Mr. Engarde, Miss Andrews is also being detained here. Then we should talk with them since we're here. Yeah, but both of them are still in questioning. And we don't have time to waste. Yeah, visiting hours are almost over. Okay, well, Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or another. They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will ya? Pass that victims list around. You've gotta be kidding. There's over 100 people on here. Mr. Nick, is Mr. Engarde really that big and bad of a criminal? Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. Alright, I swear there was more places I could... Oh, I can go to the clinic. Yeah, okay. March 22nd. Yep. Alright now, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass! Yeah, I knew it was gonna be you, though. Don't devalue my name and turn into a gasp, you spiky-headed pedophile. I've never seen a word like that. Well, I've never seen that word before. I guess I've seen words like it, but... Don't know what it means exactly. Probably a really old-timey word. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again. Although I didn't get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. But something much more valuable, I want Edgy Boy's heart, it's all your fault. You've awakened the wild beast inside this old bag. Arrgh! Did she just pass out? Miss Old, keep your hands off of me. This helmet's airtight. No air is getting in, and no air is getting out. Oh my god, girl. Do not put that on! Don't put... Why are you... Then why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move it with silly questions. You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. Alright. Stop shooting me. Ha! You're a million light years too early to be asking me questions, Whippersnapper. Okay. Actually, do any of those? No. So... You know what? Let's just go and see Francisca. Honestly, please just be Francisca. I do not want to see that man. Haughty clinic reception. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Ah, fucking see. Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? Hi. Wait a second. You're... yes, I'm Director Haughty. Haha. Why are you still here? Yes. What is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes. Director Haughty. Edgeworth? Yes, I'm Director Haughty. Ho ho. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it? Director Francisca. How is Francisca von Karma? You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands. Because you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes, yes, and that surgery, it went well. You have my gratitude. Looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes. Her opponent was a gun, after all. Her opponent was a gun? Fair. Stuck upon her real secret, like she would scream real loud. Yes. I see. But she's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes, but I think I could get used to it. Yeah. Thank you, Von Karma. Go back to your room. You're so mean. Yeah. Okay. Yes, it's time for my IV drops. Yes. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Did I bring flowers? Aww. I'm just such a gentleman. I knew this shouldn't have come here. Alright, let's talk. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. Have you been shot before, girl? You are 18. You should not be able to tell me that you've been shot before. So casually, at least, you know? I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. with bleeding down her arm all over the courtroom. She was still gonna prosecute this case. But that would have been too much for you. Where did he get shot? Yeah, he got shot. I don't remember where though. But yeah, you're right. He did get shot. That was a significant plot point. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. But it started. Oh. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Yeah, let's talk about it. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Enguarde, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? I mean, she told us all in court, so... You're denying it? Looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective: to find Enguarde guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means. Miss Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Enguarde would be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. Still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was... Ah! Wait. Oh. I think visiting hours here are about over. So, if you'll excuse me... What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Oh, now we get to talk with Edgeworth. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. No, she went to school in Germany. She's German. Von Karma, you know? Yeah. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted to get to that, to go that far. But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Mr. Wright, the courtroom is a garden of judgment. I'm putting myself on the line while I stand there. That's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Witness, that card, give it to me, hurry! Okay, well, to be fair, we did just see all that part. That card, what in the world is it? You mean this? Yes, I do mean that. Listen, Wright, this is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelly D. Killer. God, that's not an alias he just gave me. That's like... At most, that is his preferred alias. But that could just be his name. Shelly D. Oh no, it's the killer. Jeff. Okay. You know, I do have to ask, are like names in this reality much more voluntary than other realities? Like do they have the ability to just like legally rename themselves with much greater ease than in our reality? Is that why everyone has such on-point names? Because they're just like, I want to make sure everyone knows that I am the killer. So I'm gonna rename myself that. Alright. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin, the best at that. An assassin. Picture card added to the court record. Alright. Place next to victim with the hands. Okay, cool. So who is this Shelly D. Killer? D. Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Okay, so it's a moniker. Okay, so this is not his actual name. Technically, it's the Dread Pirate Roberts or whatever, you know. Okay. Still. Long-standing. The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. 100 years, okay. So it could be like 2 people. It could be like 2 people named that, or just like one really old guy, I guess. Like, one really old geriatric assassin. Yeah, no, I understand that the league, you know, having to legally change your name as we currently know is a fairly recent thing, but I would like to say that we are in fact talking about a fairly recent-ish, like, setting, or well, near future, I guess, when this came out. You know, so yeah, you know. Shelly's professional name of the third. Shelly's the professional name of the third heir to the D-Killer name. Okay, so D-Killer is a adopted family name in essence, and Shelly is the third D-Killer. Shelly is the third D-Killer. Oh. So because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them. He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? He thinks it is part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. Onto his clients! Okay. Matt did in fact hire D-Killer. Fair. D-Killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. Seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So, you think this assassin... You think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. Discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelly D-Killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You are behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. She's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I'll prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Alright, good night. Good night, Savvy. Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. Prepare a rescue team. Yeah. Cool. Really? Cool. Edgeworth is gonna call the SWAT, I guess. How does he have that power? He's a prosecutor, not... Okay, well, you know, whatever. You hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth's going... Oh, stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick? There's no way you can find her. We don't even... we won't have even a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right? Listen, you need to know something. Yeah, I think hiring an assassin still gets you guilty. Like, absolutely. So our client is guilty, whether it's not of directly killing Mr. Kurita, but of conspiracy to commit murder, I guess. I'm not a legal professional myself. I can't tell you for sure what exactly it is he's being, you know, convicted of, but something along those lines, right? Is it like, is just hiring an assassin illegal? Is that just a law you can cite? Can you just say you are guilty of hiring an assassin? Like, yeah, I don't know. Right, listen, you need to know something. Juan Kurita was killed by Shelly D-Killer. And the client who ordered the job is Batten Guard, your own client. Please, stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only. Cool. As we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly D-Killer. Yeah, coming for law advice. Thanks. I hope I give good law advice. Just remember, above all, don't get caught. And shut the fuck up. 18 USC 1958. Is that the legal code for hire? Is that the law that says do not hire, you know, it's illegal to hire an assassin? Murder for hire. Alright, okay. As you're looking for any clues, yeah. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. Cool, cool. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me. I would like to point out that the prosecutor, when being told about Maya, was like, all right, I'll set up a crack team of officers to rescue her at a moment's notice. But when you told Detective Gumshoe of this, he was just like, I don't know, man. I guess I'll help you feed some evidence towards you or something, but like, I don't know, there's nothing we can do about this, is there? So I just want to point out that the actual cop, I don't know, man. Prosecutor, we will do everything we can. To be fair, I guess Gumshoe did also want to do everything he could, but he is woefully inadequate. But hey, you know what? That just feels like some real accurate portrayal of cops right there to me. So, yeah, sure. Mr. Nick, do you think Mr. Engard hired an assassin? No way. I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock. Yeah, I guess not. Did we ask him? We asked him if he murdered Matt. We didn't ask him if he hired an assassin. We gotta ask him, did he hire an assassin? Please. Alright. Date, unknown. Time, unknown. Location, unknown. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. I mean, I'm not sure that's a good idea, girl. He leaves that next to dead bodies. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up like how Nick does with everything in court. I don't make everything up, girl. Anyway, let's try out that card trick with this card I just found. Click. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. I already examined this room earlier. Let's pop outside. Where are we? Oh, well, what is this place? Got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. No, we're not in Kansas anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. Cool. Let's start with this huge-ass TV. Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. Now, where's the power button? Don't turn it on! Phooey, it's busted. I would so die a happy samurai fan if I ever got to see this Nico Samurai on a TV like this. Ack, I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. What is this thing, an antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR? There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. But what is an antenna doing here? Why does it run on VCR? Oh hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Drat, there goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. There's a framed picture sitting on the coffee table. Wait a second, that's Miss Impax. Yeah, shouldn't it be outside though? But cool. Maya does in fact have access to all of our things. Celestial Impax. Yeah, that's definitely her. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, it looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, with love, Celeste. I bet this could be a clue. It's so dark in here that I can barely see, but these kind of feel like videotapes? All of them. Just what kind of room is this? That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Aw, how cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. Oh. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Oh. Okay. Locked, of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. Squeeze through the doggy door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through here. Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Hey! It seems that you, or Mr. Wright, is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting I am an assassin. No way, you're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! Alright, cool. Mr. Nick, Oh, yes, Pearls. Got caught up in my thoughts about my situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Engard, but I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going to... Okay, let's head to the Ascension Center, because I want to fucking... Come on. Tell me you didn't hire someone. Sorry, but visiting hours are over for today? What do you mean? Ah, damn it. Ah, I have too many questions I need to ask. Yeah. That is a lie. The Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion are full of talking dead people. Sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt Engard. Ah, here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? Okay. Okay, sure. This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shu's stomach was growling by now. Yeah, I guess. Matt's note jammed into a pocket. Alright. Client's request is request. Guess I should go check up on his cat. Damn, I can't just... Alright. I guess we'll do that after we're done with the investigating. Alright. There you go. If you would like... Oh, wait! You want me to look at this worthless piece of... Oh, edgy poo. Is that her perfume? Pheromone d'Amour I smell? Shudder. Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? Huh. That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so. You understand? Letter of instruction given to Miss Oldbag. I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. Okay, cool. Now, go. Looks like she was strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. That may be, but you know nothing's going to come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Yeah, but he's in love with me, girl. It would never work between her and him. Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. Swinny, let's continue our investigation. Okay. Oh, she's back again. Damn it. Oh, wait, I just noticed that when it's giving the sound effect, the text box is lit. It's the ray gun's text box, not her. Okay. Ah, what? What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Engard's room today. Why? The police main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear? I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating D. Killer. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. Alright, cool, cool, cool. I've been here before, so let's just... Oh, now I can move to the... Fine. Let's just... Looks like we're the only ones here. And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow. Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about D. Killer. March 22nd. Alright. Hey, city boy. Lotta, you're still here? Wrecking course. An investigative photographer eats their stars and her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has the aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. But, do you have a camera? Brett Gibbon. A photographer's gotta have cameras Photographer's gotta have cameras out the airlock corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feet in the mouth, do you have mine your bread thief? What? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? Alright, you know. I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What? You really gonna shell out the bucks for that info I got? Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... Brace yourself, Phoenix, here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know? Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, and a soda pop with a few of them, too. It looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. Security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either. I guess that means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. So about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah, can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about guard shoving his manager lady onto Kurita? Yeah, well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sorta wrote that on a whim, you know? Rotten, whatever comes to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull-dooders. Bull-dooders? They're not the same. Okay. Bullshit. Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Grandpa? Okay. Hey, and why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? Like suddenly got old? Like, my baby. My $1,600 baby. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyway? That guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're that red-coat's friend, ain't ya? So put in a few good words for me and give me back my camera. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. Tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too then. You too there, little, keep up the good work, okay? Okay, don't be picky about your food now. Okay, make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay, and if you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it right to me. Can you please just leave already? Okay, well, I guess we're done talking to Lotta. Alright. Ooh. Mr. Nick? What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning? I don't know how to make those sounds. I don't know how to read them properly, I guess. I hate evil ghosts. Wow. I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Excuse me. What you're calling a demon, brat? Oh. Zoinks! It's the alien. Like, zoinks. Who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here? What is wrong with you youngins today? I came down here to pay my respect to my poor Juan, and you're disturbing me. I want to examine first because, well... what's that? Whatever. Oh. Yeah, good enough. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time. Talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer in her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. That imbecile look on her face? Okay, got it. Now hold on a sec there, you little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business, so it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Frida? He was the most popular star, you know, especially when where it counts in my book. But I heard that he was lagging behind the polls against Mr. Engard. Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know? But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain of presents. To show the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick? What is it, Pearls? The presents, they're all bears, right? She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. I mean, there are definitely many things here that aren't bears, but... All of Mr. Critta's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because you can't think of one without thinking about bears. Can you? Bears? Why bears? You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought bare-handed with a bear. Really? He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends. How do you lose a fight? Sorry, he refused to give in and let the bear win, so I guess he won against the bear, I guess. He refused to let the bear win. Sure, sentence structure was a little rough on that, but yeah. So he won against the bear, and then became friends with the bear. Yeah. Oh, no, he's not the bear. He likes bears, though. Is that what I'm hearing? Wow, what a heartwarming story. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out. Down by a river going, heh, you sure can fight. You too, bub, you too. There's some knowledge with this. Did all that really happen? It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice. Bears. Alright. Should I be presenting any of this? Alright. I mean, we already asked her about that the previous day, right? Yeah, I'm gonna presume there's nothing really to present to her, you know? Oh, wait, I can present profiles. Let's... Yeah, okay. Yeah, alright, let's just get out of here. And... 2... feet shoes! It's gonna look familiar, ain't it? March 22nd, Engard Mansion living room? Huh, sure is dark. I'll go turn on a light. Okay, no, it's different. Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's find Shoo the kitty cat. Shoo, meow. Oh, look at her. Oh, so it's a thing from pro wrestling where people wanted to wrestle a bear to prove they're strong. They use a show bear from a circus or move animal trainer, and the wrestler normally spends the day befriending the bear. They then play wrestle, and oftentimes they'd end up with the bear pinning them by just laying down on top of them. Oh! There. Interesting. That is probably very relevant for this, yes. But also, kitty! Kitty! So I guess this is Shoo. Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shoo. There it is. There's the door. I knew. Okay. Meow. Tee-hee. Cat seems like Pearls. Pardon me. There he is. May I help you with something, mister? Oh, we're lawyers, actually. I'm Mr. Ngard's lawyer. The Masters. Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes? Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe. Oh, that's an alias. That's such an alias. John Doe. Might as well just said John Smith, you know? Okay, well, John Doe fits with your The Killer vibes, at least, you know, more so. John fucking Doe. Alright. Nice to meet you. Meow. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Ngard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were. Well, that's not a zipper, that's like a tattoo. Like, it's got like a tattoo down his... I don't... Reasons. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. Ngard would kind of have a maid over a butler. Honestly, yeah. It's a very cute cat you got there. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shoo. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Matt's note crumpled in a ball and thrown away. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young and yet already so accomplished, a master of law. But there is also a lot to be proud of in being a butler, in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliments, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me. No. Alright, let's examine the door. There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick. Bet it's for Mr. Ngard's cat to use. Oh, you mean Shoo? The door, it's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. Ah, there are masks here. Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The one next to it are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They have fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo Old Tokyo. Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick. All I know, I learned from Maya. I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. There's another door over there. You shouldn't go wandering off over there, Mr. Nick. Yes, Pearls. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around. A giant bicycle is flying through the air. Bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own. Really? Wow. But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly. Oh, that's too bad. It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? What is with me and feeling inferior today? Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here. That's actually a fireplace. How are they different, Mr. Nick? You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it. Should come and visit Fey Manor then. I'll show you one when you do. Have we not? Have I not been to... Okay, you know what? I guess that's all of the examinationing, I think. Alright. Let's move. I guess back to the hotel. I guess. Growl! I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. What is that infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m., way past your bedtime. Girl, 8 p.m., that's not. Erk, that startled me. I thought I was going to die for a second. Really? 8 p.m. That's the time when the ward semi ended that night, remember? Yeah, I suppose it was. Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Okay. Beep, 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 beep. The transceiver. Beep. Hello, hello. This is not a phone. Maya, how is Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news, so it would seem my present did you no good. No, Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya. One more day, please. I'll ask for one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose if I must, I need that acquittal more than anything else after all. Please, please, let Maya say something. I want to hear if she's alright. Alright, then... a little... What is with this static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems... bad... Connect... Damn it. Did the transceiver just suddenly break? I'll excuse me. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden, it became nothing but static. Ah, Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya. Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. Sooner the better. Alright, do I know an electronics expert? Who do I know that's an electronics expert? Gumshoe? Gumshoe's an electronics expert? We're doomed. Hey, welcome back, pal. Thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice. Thanks. Richmond's luxurious full court. Honestly, if you get this transceiver working, you're hired. All right, I can use you. You know, you can man the desk while Maya and I are out. I don't, you know, I'd like better than instant noodle, but hey, food is food. A rich man's luxurious full-course meal, out of a can, that is. I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat. No. Just gobble it up, Phoenix. You got time. You got time to gobble a few spoonfuls of noodle in. All right. Oops. Looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. Gotta be kidding. And here I thought he had already whipped something up. Okay, never mind. Look, we can teach him. We can fix him. And then we can... So, we just need to teach him how to make better food and how to clean up around the place. Give him a nice little uniform of sorts, and then maybe dose him with some, you know, estrogen. We could force femme him. We could easily force femme this ex-detective. And she would be so much happier as our maid. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking about. No. The transceiver. Oh, Mr. Dick, you should ask Mr. Skeptic about that thing. What thing? Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal. When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Maybe it fixed itself. That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference. Huh? Electromagnetic interference? Yeah. So something at that specific location. Interesting. So what is electromagnetic interference? It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way, I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen. I don't think that's true. Okay, so early aughts computer technology and early aughts cell phone technology. Is that true? I don't think so. Okay, so if a phone goes off, let's say a BlackBerry goes off next to a, like, CRT monitor, you know? Does it go fuzzy? Huh. Huh. Computer? Girl, we gotta get you out more. It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird. Okay, weird, but okay, I can see that one, I guess. Oh, yes, the TV does do that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. She seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened. There's gotta be something there that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like, like a listening device or something. Ah, yes. Yeah, speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We were in Mr. Creative's room, the scene of the murder. What? That's it. I'm going to sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later. Alright, pal? Wait, Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby. It's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah. Alright, so in general, ACAB brief. So, Gumshoe. First of all, I wanted to bench you on the investigations because we gotta get you to unlearn your ACAB tendencies, but I'll let it slide this time because you're going to steal from the police department. Stealing from police, always it's always bonus, you know? So I'll let it slide this time. Alright, let's go. Alright, so now let's head back to... Hey, you're finally here, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting? Do you have the, bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Then suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean. So yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. Okay, well, fair. I'll still give you some points for trying. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's. So whose did he get? Oh, so this is a bug sweeper. Looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal? You made a bug sweeper in elementary school? Okay, you know what? Yeah, you're hired for tech support, alright? If this works, I will... Bro, why are you a police detective if you made that when you were in elementary school? I mean, yeah, I'm sure it's not super hard, but like... I'll give you a lot of points. Come on, man. You're hired. You do not go back to being a cop. Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul in building this puppy here. Your heart and soul? It'll work, trust me, pal. It'll do the job, but you can't set the sensitivity. So it's going to beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. Okay, fine. But isn't it better that way? Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl. Right, pal? Getting that sinking feeling again. Alright. Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device, there's some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal. So we're going to find it, right? Right, now, first let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough look-see, pal. Sweeper will let you know how strong a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press enter to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves. So let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Alright, I'm gonna go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Got it, pal? Well, the listening device isn't in the air conditioner. Ah, yuck. This air filter is covered in dust and dirt. Yeah. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's wash it. No, that's not our job. We're being neat freak makes even the tiniest dust bunnies look colossal. What? Oh, nothing. The TV is also probably, I don't really think the listening device is in the TV of all places. Yeah. Now showing the samurai, an old samurai. When I grow up, I want to study Japanese. Girl. But you are... Localization. Oh. The lamp? Lamp? Check listening device? Nope. There's a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick? Yeah. They're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know what? That's wasteful. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a hotel. Whatever. Probably not a bug in the phone, but hey, there might be. Well, the phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say. But let's take the receiver part first before we get ahead of ourselves here. Wow, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick? Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty. I'll leave the fixing part up to Gumshoe. So, is there a listening device in there? No, and I really thought it had to be in the phone, too. Is it in the robot bear? Growl. Ah, this must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots. It's a robot. It's a real robot? Yeah, it's a real one. Mr. Nick, yes? How many horsepower is it? How many horsies? I don't think robots are measured in horsepower, but okay. Horsies? Well, look, it's a bear, so, is the... Yeah, what's that? A cell phone. Nope, no bugs in there. A cell phone? Oh, what? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is. I'm sorry, I've never seen one before. Now that she mentioned it, my cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Crane Village. Pearls has never lived outside of that village, so, well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one. Yeah. Is the bear also? Does seem to be anything... There doesn't... Okay. Another... Let's not check the lamp. It's gotta be something suspicious, ain't it? Actually, yeah, all the lamps are gonna trigger it, so might as well not. I ain't doing the radio either at this point. Let's... No. What's this? Sort of looks like a hot water... Oh, no. It's the hot water pot. Okay. So it's the coffee maker. Duh. Oof, no, don't put... Alright, which of these bears has a... It's a clock, but let's try it. It sort of looks like an alarm clock. What's wrong? Why do you look troubled? I just can't imagine the listening device being inside this alarm clock. It just, sort of reminded me of something that happened a long time ago. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The hairdryer. The obvious electronics. The computer. Huh. I guess we're trying. Plain old calculator. It says 50 on it. Maybe he was calculating his allowance. Girl. A whole 50 cents. Maybe if he was a spirit... Well, what about $50, Nick? Come on. Doesn't seem to be anything giving off radio waves here, Mr. Nick. Oh, there doesn't? Okay, so maybe it's that then. What's this? It's a small video camera. No listening device in this gizmo. Things try to make it... Everyone's trying to make everything smaller and smaller lately, aren't they, Mr. Nick? That's what it seems like. But I want it to grow bigger and bigger. Well, eating only vegetables isn't going to help you here. You have to eat meat too. Let's find the notebook computer. Yeah. Ooh, water pot. Sounds good. Listening device. Okay. Is the fridge also? Yeah. Don't think the listening device is in something like this. Yes, well, certainly not in the fridge, but... Wow, there's a really delicious loaf of bread in here. Looks like it's been on keep warm all this time since the murder. Well, Scruffy Detective always says got to keep the trail and crime scene warm. I think the keep warm in this case is a little more metaphorical. Where is the bug? Let's slide back over. I guess we're checking the things that I didn't because I felt like they were too... Radio's on and playing something. Oh, it's Kids Question Corner. Professor, why is the Earth round? Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick? Centrifugal force. Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? Alright, fair. Guess we're checking the lamps. Lamp checklist device. Nope. Yep. Same as the other one. Yep, same as the other one. Alright, come on. We already checked the... Check those. Yeah. Maybe... Could I make you change your expression like TV channels? No, girl, that's no. Yeah, hairdryer. No, we're not. Yeah. Not doing that, girl. That clock's not giving off a signal. Oh, wait. Bro, this is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I have ever seen. Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean? No, not yet, but this bear's eye is... Let's see. A perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we got. No, you can't. Such a violent act. Oof. Rip. No. It's a miniature camera, and it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. Oh, what a emitter? A transmitter, pal. Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff? Alright, well. So this tiny thing is a camera. Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera, mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. Runs on a battery, which comes within a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside is somewhere else. Somewhere else? The footage is changed into radio waves and then it's sent to the recorder. So, it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you know you're right. Alright, set to record the victim's room from 8 p.m. for 1 hour. It's running at time of murder. Okay, cool. So, what is a transmitter? device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. Cool, right? Set it for a certain time. Yep, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m.? That was the time the award ceremony ended. There's no date yet set, so it's been recording every night, I'd guess. I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder, so then maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. Yeah. So there was a camera in this bear's eye, and it was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Krita this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there's got a video of what happened here that night. Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is? It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Oh, Sniffle. Is there really no way to find out? Yeah. Right eye, found this. Okay, cool. I got it. What? Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you going to do? I'm going to go around to the electronics shop and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me, even if I have to search all night. I'll find your man, pal. Spy camera and transmitter given to Detective Gumshoe. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! Alright, well, you know. He's gone. Yeah. But Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mr. Kamaya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? Ack. You'll have to excuse me, I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? Our rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see, thanks. Don't thank me yet, we still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside this stuffed animal, huh? You're one lucky man, right? Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? Camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere, however this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Can you really do that? Mr. Nick, can he really? Apparently. Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. The entire bear? I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Stuffed bear snatched up by Edgeworth. Okay. See you soon, right? I want the bear to just... Can you... No? Alright. Wait, what? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. Besides that, right? Until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corrida? The real killer. Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. Still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. Fair. Juan Corrida's real killer, Miss Andrews, passed. The kidnapper's sole condition is an acquittal for Mr. Engard. Shelley D. Killer? And this card, Shelley D. Killer. Maya. The only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth, but as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. Alright. And that'll be our stopping point for the evening. Wait, part 3-2 investigation. Oh, there's more investigation. I thought the next was going to be trial. Oh, do you mean more investigation? Whatever. We're done here. Oh, okay. Well, hey, maybe we'll be able to push it and complete Justice for All next week. Who knows? But we can try. Hey, wait a second. And properties, configure. Just a little bit unfocused. I'm seeing now at the end. Ugh. Oh well. It should have been fine. Should have been fine. But yeah, thank you, my stars, for a lovely day. We made some good progress. Mostly. I mean, you know, another long case, but good progress overall. So we should. I'm gonna try pushing for a full finish next week. I was hoping just the trial when I was coming, but no, there's another investigation sequence also. But yeah, we can do it. We can do that. We can do a full trial in one investigation sequence next week. We did that this week, right? We'll see. We'll see. But thank you. So tomorrow we will do some more Lego. We got Outer Wilds more on Wednesday. Oof, Outer Wilds. Come on, chill for that. I am powering through that. I'm doing great. I am loving it. You know, as always, follow here, YouTube, Discord channel. Links are below. Such and such, you know. However you feel best to watch things. But yes. Good night, my stars. I will see y'all when I see